Hello there guys, welcome back to another live stream. My name is Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. So, we have quite a lot done so far. There's still a few jobs to do, mainly quite a lot of UI work. Most importantly is the narrative. Today's stream, I'm going to split into two parts. I'm going to do a stream now and then a stream later this evening. So we've got loads of things kind of in place. All of the assets are in engine. Not the last stream, but the stream before that, we sorted out the skeletons attacking. So we're going to implement the health bar first thing. We're going to add that to our HUD, and once that's done, we will then move on to the skeleton ability. So what I'm going to do is, I have my other project open here. This was my 2D platformer I made last year. And in here I have a health bar under the canvas, if I can find it. I think it was canvas HUD. Here we go. So we have a fill and an empty, as you can see there. So essentially what we need to do is create the health bar. So that would be a kind of game object with a slider and a script machine. And then we create two children, which are basically the fill and the empty. Yeah, okay. So it's been a little while since I've done this, so just bear with me while I find my bearings. So we're going to we'll just create a game object called health bar. So if I just minimize that and that, canvas HUD, and then we're going to create an empty and call it health bar, and it's a slider. You must have a graphic target in order to use a color transition. So we have a target graphic, so let's just go in here. The target graphic That's interesting. So slider. Transition. Okay, now there was there was a prefab. I think I was going to go for that, you know. What one is that? Bar 9. We'll just go for that actually. Bar 9. So if I delete the health bar and then put bar 9 and call that we'll call that health bar. Let's just see how that looks on the HUD. Welcome to the stream. Okay. So we want to position that at the bottom left. So just looking at the design of that, let's just have a look at the other ones. I just feel bar 9 with that metallic look, it's like 11's nice, but I don't like the copper type effect that it has. Whereas 9, that gold aesthetic does feel like it matches. So obviously our canvas gets flipped, so the flat end should be on the right hand side. Yeah, the right hand side, okay. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so we need to position this. So we're going to scale it down. I'll see how 0.5 looks. So we have to be conscious of the Let's just check the size of that. Okay. There was one other slider. The problem with this one is the sticky out bits on the side. That would be better for a central UI. But we're going to have the dialogue pop up in the middle, so there was one bar. This one I quite liked for the like an experience bar, but it's too steampunky. Now, that might be better, bar 11, because what we can do on the foreground frame, we should be able to change the colour of that. So I'm going to actually try bar 11. Bar 11. I think maybe what we should do is if we change the background, because the background is actually same kind of color tone. So if I was to pick a color, by default it's F, it's the white color. So if we copy that, it's like, it's the contrast of that. It's too steampunk alternative colour. Really annoying. I'm gonna just check if there's God damn. Okay, so go red for health. It's the colour of the frame. Let's see if we can, it might be easier if I actually just kind of try and go for something on here. Let's see how that works. Oh, you can see that fill bar is ever so slightly off. It's sticking out of the thing. Scale the y-axis. Okay. Am I happy with that frame? It looks... So... See, I don't want to go messing with anything because in the prefabs and the sprite, it's already all good. So I feel like my only option is just to play around with it in here. We'll go for that. Okay. And then what we need to do is just move that into position. So we're going to scale it down. If we do 0.25. bottom left. Oh, it's a bit hard to see the canvas line there. I think that's on. Okay. Clear indicator of the health bar there at the bottom. So basically I could copy that again and then because I wanted to have an XP bar, I feel that's in a good place there, and then that should be enough space for the narrative bar that pops up in the center, bottom center. That should be enough for that. Okay, and then we're going to have the two abilities. It might be worthwhile me actually copying that and renaming it to stamina. So if I call that, no, sorry, XP bar. And then if we just move this one up. I just feel the orange is a bit too close to the red. I really wanted like a yellow colour for the XP. Okay, so that, if that's the XP bar, if we have the XP bar at 0 and the health bar at 1. And if we just like, I don't know, did that. Alright, that will do. Okay, so I feel like that's a good size. It looks really big there, but in game it doesn't look that big. Okay, we need to get this coded then. So, going on to my project here. For the health bar, we've got these things here. But the health bar has a script machine. And all that's in there is this. So, I don't know if it's going to let me copy this. This is a completely different project. So if I wonder if it'll let me do it. Scripts. Health bar. Save. No, it wouldn't let me do it. Not a problem. Okay, so we need custom event. Update health bar. And arguments 1. Arguments 1. Slider set value. Slider. Slider set value, so that plugs into there, that plugs into there. Okay. Okay. So update health bar. Set slider set value. Bosh, bosh. There's nothing else in there, there's no variables for it. And then if we go on to the player in this project, I wonder why it won't let me, Okay, right, let's look in this project. Update health bar. Global health. So let's look at these. So basically I just I copy these. On start event. Trigger the custom event of that. So we need global health. Right, well we're just going to copy this because I know it works. So we need two scene variables, global health, global max health. So global health, scene variable float 1. Why do I keep coming out of that one? Global health, float 1. Global health and global max health. Dude. Global health 1. Global health 1. Global max health 1. Okay. So we've got those ones. So then trigger the custom event. So I think we need health bar. We need a game object reference to health bar, and I'm pretty sure it's a scene variable, so health bar. Health bar. Game object. And then it's called just health bar. Get that, go in there, plonk that in there. Slider. Cool, okay. Now back in there. Okay. So now what we need to do is might find easier, guys, if I actually move this to my other monitor. I've got 3 monitors, I may as well make use of it. Right, okay, so we have the global health, global max health, and that one. So I'm just going to copy the same code I did from a different project of mine. So once we've done that, we're going to do that. We're going to do a math clamp, and it's going to be the top one because it's a float. We're going to plug that in, and then we're going to do this and do a divide, and then we're going to get the global health. Global health. So we're getting a global health, dividing that by the global max health. That goes into the clamp, and we're saying the minimum value is 0, the maximum is 1. Minimum 0, maximum 1. And then we're going to trigger custom event, and the custom event is update health bar. Update health bar from a scene variable game object health bar, and there's one argument on there, and that goes into there. So that should handle it. Update health bar, one argument, this goes into there. Okay, so that should handle the health bar. Now is the instance for the player character taking damage. So I do have something with game tag. I'm sure of it. I have a feeling it's on the axe. Maybe it was on the skeleton. There we go. Hashtag. So we're going to need this for dealing damage. Right. Right, I'm just looking at my code on the other project. So basically saying on trigger enter 2D, but it's just going to be on trigger enter because that was obviously for a 2D project. But if we said on trigger enter, get the tag, so we would add a tag to the skeleton sword collision box. But the condition has to be that it's attacking as well. I'm just having a look at the rest of the code. The code's not actually that long, guys. If I show you the code is not actually that long. When I enter the trigger, provided it has the tag and they're attacking, because what we don't want the player running into the graveyard, walking into a skeleton and touching a collision box and then registering damage. We only want the player to receive damage when the skeleton swings the sword in the attacking phase. So if the player was kind of in that state, if the skeleton was in that state and it has the tag, those two conditions are met, then we deal the damage. So I think we're going to have to do a reference to the skeleton, but no, that's not going to work because every other instance of the skeleton, like this is just a specific game object, like because I've got different skeletons, they're going to be like skeleton and then skeleton 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it needs to be a generic, but you need to check. It's almost like this needs to go into the code for the skeleton, because the skeleton graph yeah, it does feel like that. I do feel that does need to go under the skeleton, because I don't want to have a game object referencing in the scene variables for every different enemy. It needs to be in the skeleton because they all share the same script code. So what we would do is we would then just come back to here where it deals the damage to the player. So I feel that's the right thing to do. It's tricky because on my other game, just give me a minute, guys. I'm just looking through this code. So in the player, if the player enters the trigger of such and such, This is tricky. I'm gonna try and handle this. So the only thing on the other project, for each instance the player takes damage. We update the health bar. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to copy this code here and just hope. I'm confident I'm doing the right thing here. And then when we've coded the damage dealt by the skeleton, is there a do once? Okay, this is going to be... Why are there no object variables on the skeleton? That's weird. Oh, okay. Right. Where was that tag that I put in there? Right, I'm gonna do the attacking here. So we're gonna say oh my god, no, this needs to be done. Oh, Jesus. This. Oh, there we go. Good. I can choose the object. Okay, cool. On trigger, enter. So it's not that game object. It's skeleton hitbox. Okay. And that is a game object. So if the player gets hit by that, oh my god, this is getting tricky because we need two states for this. We need to say if the skeleton, maybe we do need to do this on the create a script for the hitbox of that, and then we just make sure that we get the skeleton referenced. So fuck. Just a child game object. Oh man. Right, let me just think about this. So we need skeleton hitbox. We need to say when it enters the trigger of that box. Even though the skeletons... Is there a skeleton reference? God. Oh man, this is really annoying. We need to get the child game object. Get components. Well, that is a component. The box collider is a component. But it's the game object. It's... This is really tricky because we're deep diving into the components, as you can see. Get components in parent. Get components in children. Type. Get components in children. Get component. Surely it would be that. Hey, love. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Get component in children. This type game object. God, dude. See, I've already got an on-trigger event. And it's this. But it's not on the skeleton. It's a trigger that's a I need to query this with AI because what I don't want to happen. I'm panicking now. I'm good, yeah. I'm just working on the health bar at the moment. I've got the health bar and XP bar in. What I'm doing is I'm just setting up the first bit of combat to make sure that the HP bar functions. Skeletons can deal damage to the player, and then we'll be able to allow the player character to deal damage to the skeletons. Once I've got this set up, I'll be able to add the combat to the 3 other NPCs in the game. Sorry, 2 NPC types, the cultists and the evil priest. So yeah, I've already got this code on a different project I made, but I'm only having the hitbox on the sword trigger the damage, and because that is because that is a component on a child object of the skeleton, I'm just trying to make sure that this is done correctly. Let me just query this with AI quickly. I have a skeleton enemy with a child game object that has a trigger. The skeleton itself already has a trigger attached for sensing the player. I'm trying to code the skeleton dealing damage to the player, and I only want the trigger from the child game object for on see what AI comes back with. Attach a script. Oh my god. Just what I thought. Create a script machine on the child trigger object. That is what I already suggested. Select your child game object, add a script machine, create a new flow graph. What is a flow graph? Add an on trigger event node. Connect it to a compare node. Yeah. Communicate with the skeleton. Send message to parent. Use a send message node. What? What? Send a message to the parent. Use a send message node. Target parent. Take damage. You'll create this method in your skeleton script. Okay, I've not done that before. Send. That's so weird. Right, okay. So get rid of that. So Jesus Christ. So the skeleton's code stays as it is. We update the health bar here. Oh my god, dude. Let's just do it. Script machine. Skeleton. Skeleton sword, I'll call that. Handles damage dealt to player. Oh, man. And we know that the box collider is there, so I'm nervous. Right. Create a script machine, done that. Add an on trigger, enter. Right, so if I come into there, do that, go into the sword. Right, so we're saying on trigger, enter, compare. So compare the tag of whatever's collided with the sword. If it's the player, call a method or send a message to the parent skeleton. Proceed to call a method. I'm nervous about this. Why am I nervous about this? Send a message to the parent. Use the send message mode. Send message. Parent game object. Name of the method to call. Whoa. Parent. It's not a component, it's a trigger. Oh my god. This is oh my god. I see what's happening, but on trigger enter if it's the player and it's true. I mean, why are we having to travel back up to the skeleton to then handle it all? Why can't it just be handled within here? Why can't it be done like that? I'm going to try it my way in my head. Yeah, but that's what I was going for, but it's it was, but because if I show you the hierarchy, the skeleton up the top has the skeleton code, which handles its movement, its sensing the player, its attacking, and so on and so forth. I had to put the hitbox trigger on the hand as a component so that the hitbox moved with the sword's movement. That's why it's there. So it's not a straightforward easy thing, because it, as you can see, it goes through quite a hierarchy there to get to the hitbox. So I'm going to try it this way and see if this works. So we're going to see if this works. There's no reason why it shouldn't. Right, so let me bring up my other project. Okay, so when the player enters the trigger of the sword... Oh shit. enters the trigger. Yeah, we'll just do this. Okay, if true, we're going to need a clamp, not a nipple clamp. I don't know why I said that. We're going to get our global health. And then we're going to subtract. Let's just do 0.1 for testing. So it'll do 10% damage. Right, so we're saying if the player hits the sword, the hitbox sword of the skeleton, we're going to deduct 10% damage. And then we're going to set global health to that. So global health, subtract 0.1, we'll clamp the value so it can't go below or over. Set the variable of global health. Animation, play, def, hit normal. Right, and then we need to plug that into that. I think that's going to work. The only way to find out is to test it. So at the moment, I don't know why I've got that on there, to be honest. We're not going to need to have that on there. Alright, so that is on the skeleton hitbox there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the other 3 skeletons and then just copy him, move him there. And we're going to see if this works. Okay, here we go. Oh, nervous. It's always nerve-wracking when you code something and then you just hope it works, you know? When was the last time you tuned in, love? I don't know if you've seen me working on this. I can't remember if you were watching during Blender or this. It works. Oh, baby! Yes! Yes! Okay. So what I noticed happened was, you see how the sword, it swings through, and then as the skeleton brings it back, it basically triggers twice. But we only want that to happen once, because that's not fair on the player. If he gets hit, deal damage, and then as the sword animation comes back, the trigger box hits again, registering 2 hits. So it's almost the way, I guess, to... Oh, wow! Jesus! Wow, so you haven't seen any of the game dev? Holy shit, dude. I've done a lot. Like, I've got all of the world built. I've got the player blocking volumes, like I'll show you my list of jobs actually. So you see on the right here, these are my jobs. All these blue options here are UI jobs, and the one we're working on at the moment is the HP bar. Once that's done, I can also do the skeleton combat, which is what I'm working on at the moment. So this will effectively knock out 2 jobs. Why have I got magic combat twice? And then the same for the magic combat. I'm going to have the cultists and the evil priest be magic casters. So we're going to have some really fun like magic casting abilities, and it will copy the same code as the sword that we just did. So yeah, and when I've finished this game and submitted it, it will be going on itch, so you can play it and stuff. I've also added ink to the project, so it's all down here at the bottom left. I'm at uni tomorrow, so I'm going to ask my lecturers for some help on that, because yeah, it's just making sure that it's all looks nice basically. Right, let's go back to the hitbox of the skeleton sword. Okay, so we want to say on trigger enter, we do that. It's like what you want to do, it's almost like you want to have a delay. So what we can do, we can actually have a delay here, guys. And if we go onto the animation for the skeleton, running attack, so length, so it's 72 frames. So it's basically 2.4. So if I was to say after collision disable hitbox delay for 2.4 and then enable it again, that way we say okay, register the hit once, quickly turn off the hitbox so that when the sword returns to the skeleton for the second attack, the hitbox is reactivated in time. Yeah, I'll show you what I'm going to do. So, sorry, what was that? That was attack is 2.4 length. 2.4. So we're going to have a weight 2.4. So on trigger enter, this is going to need to be a co-routine as well. It won't let me do this unless this is a co-routine. So when we enter the trigger of the sword's hitbox, we do that, and then directly afterwards what we're going to need to do is a little bit of magic. If true, do that. Can we plug that into there as well? Shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Right.
With you.
Oh my god. I mean, it follows that flow. but we don't really want to. I mean, this is on start. The player always starts at the unless we just did this as a custom event. That way we could plug it in here, and because you see I need to do that, right? But we can't have it going in both. So we'll just do this as a little custom event. And we'll call this hit delay. So in hit delay, we're going to oh, Jesus Christ. We need to turn the box trigger off. So we need to disable set active, set component active. Component. Can I drag that into there? I guess we could do that, say if it's a trigger. Box, let's just do that. This, yeah, let's try that. So we're gonna say the hit delay. So this will be called damn it. That delay is going to affect this getting registered there. We don't want this wait to affect the other stuff happening. Can we do a sequence? Yeah, what if we did a sequence instead? So if I did a sequence of update the health first and then the second sequence is the hit delay, that would work. So let's bring this back. Bring it back, bring it back, sing it back to me. Right, that's the first part. Boom. So that follows through. Sounds a bit dodgy. Sounds like diarrhea, doesn't it? Follows through. And then what we do is we say it's not a trigger. And then afterwards we say it is. And get rid of that. And let's try and tidy this up a little bit. Set trigger. Right, so the flow of code there is if the player hits the sword collision box, the first thing that happens is we register the damage. Done. And then the second thing is we turn the trigger off, we wait, and the wait is the time of the attack animation, and then after that time we turn the trigger back on to register the next hit. Let's give this a go and see if it works. And I don't need to redo the skeletons because they all share the same. The hitboxes will all share the same code. So if I just show you. There it is. Right, so now is the moment of truth. So we saw it in action the first time. Here we go. So keep your fingers crossed, guys. One, two, oh. Okay, maybe it's the time there. Maybe it's waiting too long. Maybe the animation's happening too quick. So let's put that down to 2. Obviously, I think this variable is going to change because it goes by frame rate. So, depending if you have a slow or a fast computer, that's going to affect the frame. Let's see if that makes a difference. Oh. We just want to bait one skeleton. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's working a lot better, isn't it, guys? Oh, shit. Oh, we got shredded, dude. Okay, that worked really well. That was awesome. I'm just going to try that again. We got shredded. We got skelly shredded. Okay, the 2-second wait worked perfectly. Let's just try that again. Come at me, bro. I'm over here, dude. Is the hitbox not registering? That left, so that one behind. There we go. Okay, that's working perfectly, guys. I'm super happy with that. So that little bit of code there, the sequence handled us allowing us to not follow off from the global health and have the timer affect the health being updated on the health bar. So that works perfectly. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this a label and say deals damage to player if player hits by skeleton sword. Delay prevents registering 2 hits whilst attack animation finishes. So deals damage to player if player hit by skeleton sword. Delay prevents registering 2 hits whilst attack animation finishes. Perfect. I'm going to give that red for damage. I associate red with damage, I don't know why. Okay, so that's the skeleton's sword dealing damage to the player. So now what we need to do is basically give the skeletons some health. So we need to say, let's have a look at our skellies. So that's, let's just tick off the job. So, right, let's just type down the order here. So, skeletons, the skeletons deal damage to the player. So if we're going to be inflicting damage as the player to the skeleton, we need to do the same for this. The exact same kind of damage. However, if our player hits a skeleton, like if he's clustered by 3 skeletons and swings his sword once, you would expect him to deal damage to all of the skeletons in proximity, not just the one. So with that, we're going to have the same code there, but have another timer at the beginning of the second sequence. So we would say, I don't know, for like, wait 1 second, set the trigger after, sorry, wait 1 second, disable the trigger, wait for another second, enable the trigger. That way, it means that for the first second of the swing, we're allowing damage to hit multiple skeletons. We wait for another second, give chance for the sword to return to the starting out of the animation, and then we trigger it again. So how are we going to deal this to the skeleton? So we're going to have to give the skeleton some health. So we'd give it a float, I guess, of 1. So the skeletons deal 10% damage to the player. So if I come up to the skeleton, hold position of attacking. Player sighted. I feel like I want to just put this in the code box. Right, so this is going to be if player is within sight. I'm not giving that a yellow. Don't know why. I love having nice tidy code. My OCD. Go, nice tidy color-coded code. Color-coded code. Okay, so now what we need to do, we're on the skeleton graph. So we know that the sword correctly deals damage to the player. What we now need to do is give the skeleton a life float, and then we can get the hold on a minute. I don't think, I was just thinking about this, right? if the player is hit by the skeleton or anything, I want them to receive the animation would play where they receive damage. But I was thinking about this, like, if the player is hit, we shouldn't freeze them on the spot. We should play the animation, and then allow them to attack again during that animation if they want. So, yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking ahead here of all the different code and things. Right, so on the skeleton graph, I need to give the skeleton, I'm just going to call it skeleton life. Actually, let's call it HP, shorter. I'll give them 1. Right. So, skeleton HP float. Okay, so what we're now going to need to do... Did I give the sword? Game object pommel. That just hides it. Right, hold on a second. So I've given the skeleton its HP. We just need to go back into the script for the skeleton sword. So we're setting on here. Compare the tag. Player. So we need to give a tag to the skeleton. So on trigger enter. On trigger enter. So if we had that trigger, so this is the code for the sword. If I put an on trigger enter, let me just query this if we can have multiple on trigger things. Perfect. Okay, cool. Right, so we need to give the player sword so it's not the pommel, it's the hitbox. I'm just going to call this player sword. Hold on, wasn't the condition... Get component in parent. And the sword. We're getting the animator. Let me just quickly do something, guys. Go into the component of the parent and check if they're attacking. My god, dude. A lot of space needed here. Right, so I hope that will work. I just modified that because I'm going to need this code. When the skeleton sword collides with the player, we check the animation of the skeleton to see if the skeleton's attacking. If the skeleton is attacking and it's the player tag, then we do that. Because what we don't want to do is have the player just walk around, walk into the sword, and then take damage when the skeleton's not swinging his sword. So it'll be interesting to see if that works now, because I've not used this get component and parent, but I mean it should work. So we're saying if the skeleton is attacking and it hits the player, then we do that. Let's just test that works. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Oh yes, I've done it. Now, we would know that that would be faulty if the player, if that animation state wasn't working at all, and it wasn't able to kind of communicate to the parent, aka the skeleton at the root. If it wasn't able to, if there was a problem with that node, that wouldn't have been able to register damage at all. So that's amazing that we can read that from the parent. Okay. So that's allowing us to basically restrict when the player touches the sword, at what point damage is dealt. And that restriction there basically says if we're going to be walking around the skeletons and they're not hostile for whatever reason, then we're not going to take damage unless the skeleton is physically swinging their sword in the attack state. So I'm really happy that works. Really, really happy. So proud of myself. Have a swig of my coffee in celebration. Okay. Right, so now that we know that code is really good and we've got restrictions in there, what we need to do is play a sword. So why did I bother giving that a tag? Why did I bother giving that a tag? Because it's not really necessary. Like the skeleton has the sphere collider as the trigger, but we want the capsule collider. Okay. Right, how are we going to do this? We want to have See, if I turned off that, like if I just show you, if I was to run into the skeleton, we won't be able to run through it because of the capsule collider, right? Like so. Skeletons have 2 colliders. The sphere is being used as the sphere is being used as the sense trigger. Now, if I was to turn that capsule collider to a trigger, we should be able to pass through the skeleton. Bearing in mind I've only changed that on the base skeleton. There we go, so we can pass through him. I guess I'll allow him to pass through. I mean, you can imagine the player getting stuck in these enemies. So it's either that or I give it a... Let's just minimize that. Mesh collider. Oh, now a mesh collider, that might be interesting. If I gave it a mesh collider, we've got the sphere collider, that's the trigger. We do... That's the problem with the sphere collider, isn't it? Damn. How are we going to do this then? We've got one trigger for the sense. I mean, if I gave it a mesh collider, and if I turned off the capsule collider, then what I could, if the mesh collider stops us from running, mesh collider, mesh, reference to the mesh to use for collisions. that one. I guess we'll see if that works. Actually, what I want to do, if I do unfocused, I can watch and just see if that mesh collider moves with the thing instead of being an T-pose. It's like an ethereal spirit. Oh my god. Okay. Right, okay, so maybe not the mesh collider then. You see what I'm trying to do here, guys? I'm just conscious that I don't want the sense. I don't want the sense of the of this to register the hit from the player. I want the capsule collider. I want the player. I want the skeleton to be solid, so the player can't go through it. But at the same time, was in the code. On trigger, enter. On trigger. I'm gonna query this with AI. So just as a safety thing, because we on trigger, enter. Oh my god. Oh man. We need that on. We need the capsule collider on. Let me query this with AI. So Let's see what AI comes back with on this one. This is tricky, guys. um, ah. Right, so we can basically give a child trigger to the skeleton. So if I gave... It's a pain in the arse because the capsule collider solidifies the skeleton, meaning we won't pass through it. The sphere collider acts as the sense. So we're going to have a child component that's primary focus is to register the skeleton being hit by the oh my god, by the player's sword. Okay, let's try that. Create empty. I'll call it trigger hit. And then we're going to copy that one. Paste that on there as a trigger. So the trigger hit is what is going to register oh my god. Let me just think this through. So the trigger hit is there. This is the skeleton code. So that acts as the trigger for if the player hits it. So we skeleton HP is what? Skeleton HP is 1. Okay, might think. If we had the code, separate code on there, what have I named the scripts as? So that handles skeleton movement. This handles the sword dealing damage dealt to the player. So we'd need to have skeleton hit. So that handles that. That handles. This handles all the movement and stuff. This one handles the sword dealing damage to the player. So then we'd have a script for skeleton receive damage. Now how are we going to communicate from that script to this one? Because in here you need to trigger. I guess you could could you trigger custom event of a parent? Get parent maybe. It's not a component, it's a variable. God damn it, dude. Let's just go back 1 second, guys. Sorry about this. Game object. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Type. I need to query this. Use trigger event to send an event. Create a custom event in your parent game object script. From the child trigger, when you detect sword hit, use the send custom event node. What? There isn't a send custom event node. What is it on about? Trigger custom event in parent. Jesus Christ, this is a nightmare. Well, all we need to do is basically somehow trigger we're gonna need this trigger box to activate an event in here that deals damage to the skeleton. And it's not a component, it's an event. What's AI suggesting? Child object, sword hit trigger. When triggered, send custom event to parent. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're just going to add on a script machine and start playing around with this. We know that the float for the skeleton's health is down here, skeleton HP. So maybe in here, if I do custom event, and I'll call this receive damage. If I just call that receive damage, and then if we go to the skeleton sword, oh God. What graph I'm at the moment? Sword damage. What I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that, go into the skeleton graph, paste that there. What did I give the skeleton sword? Skeleton. So the skeleton hitbox doesn't have a reference, but it's checking to see if the player's been hit. So we're gonna need to give player sword. So if it hits the trigger of that, oh my god. Okay, I've got it. Receive damage. Right. I think I know what I'm doing. So for this section here, we're going to say skeleton receive damage, and this is an object variable, skeleton HP, skeleton HP. So the custom event is for the skeleton receiving damage, and just for the sake of testing, we're going to have that as 1. So if the skeleton receives damage, they die. We set the variable to, yeah, we're setting the, okay, get the variable, set the variable. So that's the thing, and then we need to say if skeleton get the object variable skeleton HP. So the condition, so we're saying during the received damage, if the skeleton's life equals 0, destroy game object. This. If they receive damage, Skeleton HP. Right, so now what we need to do is we would copy this code. We would put it on. Yeah, okay, right, I think I'm on this. So the trigger hit for the skeleton is that we're going to add a script machine, and we have skeleton sword. We'll call this skeleton damaged. Handles the skeleton receiving damage from the player. Right, so if we go on to, why is there no, oh. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to select this code. We're going to go onto the trigger hit, paste that there, and we're going to say on trigger enter, because that's got the trigger. We're saying when the trigger enters, does it have the tag of player sword? Player sword. Player sword. Right, so if that trigger box on the skeleton comes into contact with a game object with that tag, we're gonna get a component in the player character, and we're gonna say okay, right, I know what to do. What we need to do is go into the animator state now for the player character. So we have two states that can deal damage. So we've got ability or attack. Ability or attack. Ability, attack. Ability, attack. Okay. Okay, so the code is basically checking on trigger enter, has it hit the player's sword? And then we're checking the animation state of the player to see if they're in attack or ability. Attack or ability. So basically, provided it is in one of those states, we will deal damage. Box collider. So what I need to do is put the capsule collider in there. Set trigger. So we get that one, and then we get that one, put that there. So this basically, this is basically saying if the player's sword has hit the trigger box and the player is either attacking or ability, providing those criteria are met, then we will trigger the custom event of the parent, which this needs to do. And then we turn the trigger off, and then afterwards we turn it back on. So now we need to trigger that custom event. So how the hell, that is definitely, yeah, that is a child. So we need to trigger a custom event. But then also within that event, what we need to do, guys, is we need to say receive damage. And then we need to check, is the player using their ability or their attack? Because depending on that, depends how much damage the player will affect the player, the enemy, sorry. So if it's like the ability, then they will deal, I don't know, like if it's the ability, they will deal maybe double the damage. If it's standard, they'll deal 1 or 10%. So let's go back to the graph for needs to be the parent. Oh, YouTube and their ads. Just want to get the bloody parent. There is no get the parent node. Jesus. Ah. Script machine. There is only one script machine. Oh my god, dude. Trigger the event and that. Receive damage. I wonder if this will work. So we're getting a component and an appearance, which is a script machine, and then within that, we should be triggering that. I guess we test this and pray. Let's see if it works. Oh my god. So what we're expecting to happen is if we attack a skeleton. Oh, sorry. If we attack a skeleton, we're expecting them to die. If we register a hit, we're expecting them to die. Player's sword hits that. I think what we need to do is delete the other three. I want to watch that code in action. So what I'm going to do is play unfocused. I'm going to drag this out. And I want to watch the code. Oh, you joking? God. Player sword. Here's a trigger. Player sword. Player sword. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just unplug that and just go straight into that and see if it at least destroys the skeleton. Receive damage. You're not registering, are you, mate? Capsule collider is a trigger. And it is a child of the skeleton. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make it bigger. We're going to go 1. That was 0.5. Let's just do 1. Not you. Not you. God damn it. It must be this bit. It must be this bit going to trigger the custom event in the script machine of the like you'd think that would link up. The custom event is there. I think it's the communication from the trigger hit to, I'm pretty sure it's this bit. It has to be that bit. see if AI can help us here. Ensure the parent has the correct component. Yeah, we've got that. The get component node should target the script machine component. Done that. In your visual script on the child, use get component in parent. Oh, call method. Target the output node, method name. Method name. Where is AI getting this bollocks from? Call method. The trigger event node should be set up to listen for received damage in your child's sword. When the sword hit uses the trigger event node, received damage must match the parent's listener. Listener. What? I've not used a listener before. Audio listener. This is crazy. It's literally this part I'm struggling with, guys. I'm pretty sure the code there is gonna work fine. It's literally like, why is that? I don't understand why that's not. Like, that is the parent. Why is it not communicating? How bloody annoying. Get the component, get the script machine. Get the script machine and trigger that. Why is that not working? This is madness. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to unplug that and just put attack in there. And we're going to see if just the standard attack. Awen, welcome to the stream. And welcome so early, dude. 7:30 in the UK. And what, you're like 6 hours behind? I don't expect you on this early. I'm glad you're here. Maybe you might be able to help me. I've got the health bar on the HUD. And it functions for the player taking damage. I'm struggling to trigger the custom event in the skeleton. I'll show you the code in a minute. Oh my god. Right, let me show you the code. If I talk you through the code, see if you can spot what's wrong. Because I know all of this beginning stuff works. Because in the skeleton hitbox, this handles the player receiving damage on the basis that the skeleton is attacking, we deal damage. Like, I know that works. So the code I have, basically on the skeleton I have two colliders. I have the capsule collider to make it solid so the player can't pass through the skeleton. I then have the sphere collider, which acts as the sense, to sense if the player is within sight. So what I did was I made a child component, which is a capsule collider with a trigger, and then on that I added a script, and basically what it does is it checks if the skeleton hitbox collider collides with the player's sword, and provided the player character is either attacking or ability, then the first thing it does is it gets the component in the parent, which is the script machine, and it triggers the receive damage. And then this basically, when the player hits and then the sword animation comes back, it can trigger 2 hits. So that's what the timer is in there for, to prevent the double hit issue. I'm pretty sure this is the problem here, where it's trying to trigger the event within the skeleton. What I try plugging the collider from the object field. Try plugging the collider from the object field of the custom event node. Try plugging the collider. What? The collider there. But what we're trying to do though is we're trying to tell the parent skeleton activate that event. I don't know why we'd be plugging the collider into... What do you want me to do? You want me to plug the collider as a test? Yeah, but this whole script here, this is a completely separate... It's a child to the skeleton. This is a skeleton's graph. And at the moment, I've just literally set it to say, when that's triggered, we destroy the skeleton. Like, this whole thing is completely different. If I plugged in the collider, all that's gonna do is... Well, it wouldn't even do anything to the top, because the custom event is on the skeleton's graph. What other nodes are there then? It's like I could very easily create, you know, an object reference here. If we just do this as a test. The only problem is that if I do that object reference, if I was to duplicate a skeleton, I'm pretty sure the game object will remain the same, and it won't be like skeleton 2, 3. Like, if we now test that, I'm pretty sure that'll work. Like, if I just plonk that in there and do that, that will probably work. But it will only ever be assigned to that skeleton instance and not... Do you know what I mean? I know that's the easy way of doing it, but the reason why I didn't do that is because... I mean, to be fair, if we had multiple skeletons... no, it's going to be tricky. That's what I mean about doing it as the parent. Let's read what you said. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Thank you for explaining that. Let's try that then. So you're saying... You're saying plug that in there. Get component in parent of the collider. Mate, I'm nervous. Alright, let's delete those ones. And Control C, Control V. Let's see if that makes a difference. If it does, Owen, you've saved the day. It's been driving me nuts for like what feels like the past 45 minutes. So what we're expecting is if we attack any of the skeletons, they should die instantly. Oh, you bastard. Right, I'm going to do what I... Let me try what I was trying to do. Skeleton. Now, I bet my bottom dollar that in these different ones, the skeleton reference is going to be the same. Oh, sorry. The trigger hit. Skeleton, is that going to be... Oh! Okay, that changes things. I was worried here. So on the trigger hit child for the skeleton reference, I just had this bad feeling that if I duplicated the skeleton, that the game object reference would remain as that without the increment in the game object. So skeleton 1, I assumed the skeleton reference would remain as skeleton, but look. Skeleton 1 has skeleton 1 as the reference. Skeleton 2. My god, this could work now. This could work. Alright, this could be the money making moment, guys. No, this will work. Are you freaking joking? looking at the hierarchy. Would you mind attacking them and then looking at your hierarchy in play mode? Specifically at your hit triggers for the skeletons. So here. Received damage is meant to destroy the skeleton. Oh, dude. Right, so you want to watch this. Right? Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled with it as well. Really fucking annoying. Really annoying. Like, if I was to disconnect that and that and just plug the sword straight in, disconnected that, so basically we're saying if the trigger child on the skeleton comes into contact with the player's sword, receive damage. So kill it, basically. Skeleton. Oh, it's so fucking annoying, dude. Why the fuck is it not working? We literally have the hitbox there as a trigger, is a trigger. Sword collider is a box collider. Do you reckon it's because I've got box collider as a trigger? So because that's a trigger and then the other thing's a trigger, is that why it's not working, do you think? Do you reckon if I turned off is trigger it might work? Like if a trigger hits a trigger. Let me turn it off. I know that's probably not going to make a difference. Give the sword a rigid body component set to kinematic. What's that gonna do? Oh! What the fuck? Dude, how the fuck has that worked? How did adding a rigid body fix that? How? Dude, how? Okay, now, okay, right. I'm going to try something then. I'm going to reconnect what I originally had. And see if it works with that. Right, okay. I mean, my skeletons don't have a rigid body. Right, so what I've done then is I've reconnected this. And we're gonna see if that triggers. If it does, I'll just remove the skeleton reference. You legend, Awen, thank you. Oh my god, dude. I've been on this for about an hour trying to get that hit registering on the skeletons. Is it gonna work? Interesting. Okay. So this node here is being an absolute bastard, it would appear. So it is the skeleton reference. Right. Oh, okay, alright. On that, right. Right, I've replugged that back in. Let's give it a go. Pray for me, dude. Pray. Pray for me, baby. Let's go! Right, we're hoping this works. It does not like that node. I'll tell you what, I'll see you later. Nonsense. Absolute poppycock. Okay, that does the job. AUN, thank you for the help with that. So basically the solution was for me to create a skeleton reference and as we can see on the trigger hits, the version of that game instance is altered, which is what I was worried about. So that functionality handles it. So that was a bit of teamwork there, dude. So you helped with the what was it? The rigid body with kinematic on the player's sword hitbox. That was your solution, and then my one was the skeleton reference. So I'm just going to move this up. So that reads to the player's, sorry, that reads to the skeleton's graph. So now what I can do is go on the skeleton and we can basically do this. Reconnect that. And then if I say subtract 0.5, so basically in 2 hits, the skeleton will be dead. What I was going to do, I did want to have like a stat element for the player. So with the experience, like if they level up, they can put a point in strength, and then, you know, whatever level the strength is, if it's 2, then they deal that damage. And then obviously on here, we would have an if. So it'd be like if the player is attacking, we deal the attack damage. If the player is using ability, then we deal whatever that damage is. So that would affect the amount dealt to the skeleton. So let's try this now with that all connected back up. The skeleton should have 2 hits and then they're dead. I do need a bio break. I do actually need to pop to the shop because I have literally no milk. But then I will be doing some more streaming, guys, so I'll probably have like a half-hour break, something to eat, and then I will jump straight back into this because I want to add the player ability functions to the HUD. Right, so skeletons should take 2 hits to die. And then obviously we'd trigger the animation for them getting hit and then dying as well. Right. 1, 2. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bonehead. Huh? Oh, that's because the sword is swinging back too quickly. Oh, where is that one? That's to do with the delay over here. If we wait 2.2 seconds. That's basically because the player attack animation, it swings and then he brings the sword back. In that movement, it can trigger the damage twice. That's why I put in a delay there. Hey, Jay, is that you, son? Is that you, Jay? I know, I hit him on the backswing. Right. 1, 2. Who's next? Come at me, bonehead. Why are you attacking from there, dude? 1. Oh, he did it again on the backswing. 1. Yeah, okay, we need to increase that delay. Let's try 2.5. Hopefully that's not too long. Junior, is that you? I don't know if that's my son or not. Dude, why is that? 1, 2. The backswing. Yeah, the backswing. Okay, didn't do it then. On the skeleton hitbox. On the skeleton hitbox, we disable the trigger on the sword. Whereas on the trigger hit, we're disabling the capsule. Do I have a scene variable for the player? We do for the player sword. That variable is to be able to hide it for when the player's picking the herbs, pulling the pumpkin, or using the axe. If I made one for player, if I did sword hitbox, I'm gonna do it. Player sword hitbox, and then game object And it's that one. Box collider. So we're going to bring that down, the PC hitbox, into there. And then we're going to say disable that hitbox. So what I can then do is go onto the skeleton hitbox. Box collider. Box collider. Box collider. And now I just need to check that it is a box collider that's on there, and it is. So now we go back to the trigger hit, and we do that, and then we get the same variable for that, and we say, there you go, mate, that's what you need. And that goes in there. So instead of disabling the trigger on the child of the skeleton, where we're basically disabling the hitbox. But if we do that, okay, hold on a sec. I remember this. Right, if you look at this code, what it does is, if we hit a skeleton, it will, instead of setting the collider to trigger, a trigger might still be triggering. Well, it's turning it active or not. It's basically turning it on and off. You want to set active. Set enable turns it on and off, doesn't it? Oh my god. Let's give that a go, dude. Right, now what I need to do here is basically, if I left this code in here, then what's going to happen, the very first instance, the very first skeleton it hits, it will turn off the trigger. Now the problem with that is, if the sword was to hit other skeletons, they're not going to register damage. So to allow for them to receive damage, if we plugged in another wait and just split the time between the two, so it was 1 second, so if it did 1 second wait, and then we set enable to false, and then did the other second, and then did that, player sword hitbox. So the flow is, when we hit, receive damage, we then wait for a second. After the second, we turn off the box collider, and then after another second, we re-enable it. Could you give the skeleton a slight iframe delay? I don't know what an iframe delay is, dude. really need to go to the shop. Where's the other one? Come at me, bro. One hit to you. Oh, shit. It's still doing that. You know what? I'm going to give it a 2-second. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm trying to do with the delay there, dude. That delay is meant to kind of do that. Oh, that is so annoying. If I set that to 3. Oh, you know what? If I play focused and then watch the player hitbox on the left hand side there, let's see if we can see that getting turned on and off. Oh no, we're not going to see that, are we? Unless I go on there we go. Why is that not getting turned off? I'm on the PC hitbox. Why did that not... Right, so that isn't actually doing... There's a box collider. Animation events. What one would I go for? Oh my god. Let me just see if this works here. Let me just see if this trigger gets disabled, dude. Why the... What the frick? Why is that not... Player sword hitbox. Player sword hitbox is that. That's the game object. And the bot... So it's basically not doing that. How annoying. How annoying. So if I go into the hitbox of the skeleton, that code within there is turning it on and off. So why in the hell it is this one not working? Is it like get component maybe we need? That should bloody work. What a pain in the arse. Right, let's watch that again and see if that does the job. I'll see if this works, Awen. So on the right hand side, inspector, we're hoping to see the box collider trigger turn off and on. Fuck's sake. Oh, it did it then? I'll tell you what, if I get rid of that first weight, set trigger. So we're hoping to see the set trigger is turned off. Jesus Christ, this is a lot of time trying to get this working. We're so close though. And then once we know this is all working, we can easily apply the same to the monks, or cultists even. Well, they are monks, they're like wizard monks. Where are you going, dude? Oh, it turned off. But hold on. One. Interesting. So, oh, the triggers stayed off. That's not good. How is the box collider still registering? Maybe if we did the rigid body instead. Because we know that the rigid body controls the hits being able to Is there a way we can disable it? What does sleep and wake up do? What we know... Okay, right, 1 second. Right, let's leave that. We know for a fact that at the moment we know at the moment that if we go up here and attack, it will work. If I was to then test the same again by toggling the is kinematic off, so even though the box collider's off, it's still registering. Do we even need the box collider on there? If I just had the rigid body, if I turned is kinematic off, it's not going to register the hits. See? Maybe... So I'm still able to register the hits even if the box collider's not a trigger. So if I just turn that inactive, and then on here, if I just did rigid body and did what was it? Is kinematic. No. Set. There we go. Dude. Dude, I'm trying to move you. So the new attempt is okay, so if we tried the sleep option then. So that basically deactivates it, right? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right on that as well, dude. Right, I don't know what's going to happen, like... We just want to remove that double attack in the one animation cycle. One. Oh, you. Right, let's change it to 4 seconds, see if that makes a difference. Oh god, there has to be something I can do. I mean, we could try that. I mean, if we set the PC hitbox isn't the sword, it's literally, I guess we could try that. That might be a safer option. So let's try that then. And if I just have that like that, so turn it off, turn it on. So we'll be able to see on a hierarchy on the left there if this works. It should do. All of the code is working. It's just finding the optimal solution here for this unfortunate double attack in the one blade sweep. Alright, we'll wait for one skeleton if they stop boogieing. Let's go for this one. Easy pickings. Why are you not registering? There we go. That worked. Why has it not come back on? It's because the code. It's because the code for handling that is within the skeleton. If the skeleton dies, that dies with it, and it can't turn it back on. Which is a problem, even though that does the job. So it's kind of like... Okay, so to avoid that problem, you see what happened there? It did work, but the code for turning the object on and off. If the skeleton dies in that instance, it's never going to have the opportunity to turn itself back on. So it is almost like we need to take the code out of here and apply this to the sword itself. And then we'll just add the code for the skeleton. I just need to take a quick bio break, guys, and then we'll see if that will be the solution. That did seem to work. Right. Just give me 5, guys. Ah, that is true. That is true. I'm back, guys. When nature calls, you gotta answer that phone, baby. Okay, where were we? Okay. So what we're going to do then, we're going to do this, dude. So if we just test that one more time before I implement your suggestion, which makes perfect sense. The problem is, if we have this here, if we have this in here, I know what we can do. If we had a custom event within the sword, we can go to the sword and then that event's been triggered. The problem is, if we added your suggestion in here, and so we had 3 skeletons around us, if we killed one of those and then enabled the hitbox, it would enable the hitbox right away, and then we'd have the same issue with the sword animation coming back and triggering 2 more hits on the skeletons. So I feel if we added on the PC hitbox a script machine with a custom event to say PC hitbox, yeah. No. No, that's not right. This is doing the same thing though. If we hit one skeleton, any skeleton, the hitbox is immediately turned off. So we allow the swing to pass through multiple, which is why there's that delay. Then we turn it off. we wait for the sword to return ready for the next strike. Let's see if that does the job. Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, sod it. I'm adding something here. If this works, we're not going to need this, because that is handling. So, on the player character, if we're basically saying on the player character, this is on the sword itself, and we're saying if the player character is either in attack or ability state, if if true, so in here, this avoids any problem with a skeleton dying when the player is attacking them. So if a player is attacking a skeleton and the skeleton's code has turned off the hitbox sword of the player, then that's an issue. Whereas if we have this bit of code which checks every frame, is the player attack or ability animation state? If that's true, oh no, because that's going to wait 1 second all the time. Let's try that again. What's your suggestion, dude? Yeah, see, because that's getting checked every frame. Add a property. If I put in this delay, I'm going to get loads of seconds added on here. Or what if... Let's see if that works. I mean, the other option... The other option is in here. Oh, give me a minute, dude. Really annoying this because... Hold on. I've got a way to fix this. Look. All we need on the sword, we can still have this plugged in. The player attacks, we turn it off, we wait, we turn it back on. Having that little thing on there basically says that that is the safety net for if the player kills a skeleton and then they're soft locked, unable to deal damage. So it's basically saying every frame, if attack or ability is false, we set it active. Let me just test this. This should work. It sounds a little bit complicated, your suggestion, dude. Let me just see if this one works. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. If I actually got rid of that, so all I need the skeleton thing to do is to say wait 2 seconds Disable it. Okay, dude. So when we first hit a skeleton, we wait 2 seconds. No, it should be wait 1. And then we say it's not active. And then the code on the sword will turn it active. No, it's not going to do anything at the moment because I've not hit a skeleton. Why are you not turning back on? I think it's because this is stacking. We're getting stacks of seconds. If we swung our sword, let's just test this. If we round up the skeletons, we know that we got a 1 second wait. So if we round up the skeletons and hit, I don't know, 3 at a time, I wonder if that's going to add a 3 second delay, but it should come back on. Ah, right. That makes sense. Yeah, the code can't function. Oh my god. I guess I'll put this in the player code then. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Bloody hell. So if the player is attacking or ability, so if attack or ability isn't happening, we're enabling it. So then we need to right, so every frame we're checking for disable the sword hitbox. If the player isn't attacking or in the ability state, we're enabling the player sword hitbox. So now, if I go in there, so this is the player's sword. If I do that, player sword, if we remove the player sword, skellies. If the player is attacking or ability, true, we delay. Right, okay, let's test this now. Here we go. Are you enjoying the Unity streams, Awen? Bit of a change from Blender. You know what? This means that you won't be able to you'll only be able to deal damage to one skeleton. That works nicely. That works really nicely. Excellent. Oh, nice. Have you not used visual scripting before then? We'll just have that. That basically means we're only going to be able to deal one damage to one skeleton by not having that delay after the initial contact. Praise the sun, bro. The next thing to do is add in the what is it for the skeleton? When the skeleton takes damage, it has the hit animation, and then when the skeleton's dead, we'll do the death animation. So it's going to be really cool to do that. And then I want to have a monster spawner in there, so it will count the instances of skeletons, and if it's like, if one's been killed, there'll be like a minute and then it will respawn. So so that code deals damage to the player if player is hit by the skeleton sword. Deals damage to player. Hold on. Skeleton damage, that's not right. The skeleton hitbox is the one. I need to adjust that. So this delay here works perfectly to stop the skeletons by dealing double damage, with the same issue with the sword coming back and forth. So that is the skeleton sword, handles damage dealt to the player, but then on the, hold on a minute, trigger hit. 1 minute, it's confusing because I've got all these different hitboxes. So there's nothing on the hitbox for the player. That we don't have any script or anything on that now. So looking at the skeleton, we have the skeleton hitbox for the skeleton sword dealing damage to the player, and then this is skeleton damage, so handles the skeleton receiving damage from the player. So when a skeleton's hit, we turn off the hitbox. So deals damage. Hold on. Deals damage to the skeleton, provided the player is either attacking so deals damage to the skeleton provided the player's animation state is either attack or ability. So if either of those are true, the skeleton receives damage and the player sword hitbox is turned off. So now both of those should display the correct writing on the comment box. So deals damage to the player if the player hit by a skeleton sword. Delay prevents registering 2 hits. Handles damage dealt to player. Handles the skeleton receiving damage from the player. The damage to and receiving damage. And then if we go on our player armature and just say, if we say in here, re-enables player sword hitbox provided they are not in the animation states, attack or ability. What colour should we give that one? I mean, it's quite an important thing, so I feel like it deserves a green. So re-enables player sword hitbox provided they re-enables player sword hitbox provided they are not in the animation states, attack or ability. Okay. I just want to see that in action once more because we've spent a little while trying to sort that out, so it's quite satisfying to see it in action. Actually, no, sorry. Play focus so we can actually see it. Kind of going on and off. Oh, that's so good, dude. I just wonder what happens if we do it with 3. 1, 2. Are we not even hitting him? There we go. Where's the other one gone? Where are you gone, dude? Love it. Okay, I'm really happy that's fixed. I need to pop to the shop, guys, and I need to stop for some food. I've been going nearly 5 hours. What have we got done this stream? I don't even know what have we done this stream? We've implemented the health bar, so we've got the player receiving damage, the player dealing damage to the skeletons. I was thinking it would be nice to have a kind of health bar above the skeletons, so you know the player can see how much life they've got. It would be quite a nice indicator. So what we need to do, we've got the damage dealing down to a T. It's all fixed, it's all functional. Thank you for your help, Awin, in particular with the player's sword, adding on the rigid body and turning on the kinematic thing. That fixed one big issue. And we've now got a safety block in there to say if the player's not attacking in the attack or ability state, that their hitbox is enabled on the sword. So what we now need to do is we need to add in the animations for when the player is hit or when the skeleton is hit, and then when the skeleton dies, before he disappears, we need to play the death animation, and then we'll add like a 2-second delay, and then we'll delete the object. And then the same for the player. So it'd be really good to get those that done. So I'm going to implemented combat and jar of blood to show how much left to lose. So I'm just going to pop out to the shop quickly, and I'm going to come back. I'm going to stop for half hour to eat, and when I will come back straight on after I've eaten, and we're going to get the skeleton bodies disappearing, and the hit animation and the death animation for both player and the skeletons. And potentially I would also like to get a health bar above the skeletons, so that would be really, really good to do. So stay with me, guys, when I'm back, and we'll carry on with that. That's true, dude. So thank you for watching, guys. If you haven't already, feel free to follow on Twitch to stay up to date. Go check out my YouTube below if you want to see previous game dev streams for Unreal, Unity or Blender. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for watching, and I will be back in about 45 minutes, guys, and then we'll continue where we left off. Thank you.